can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips, all right? As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on in the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2, and we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day, all right? And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do, as best I can, is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow, all right? Something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right, as the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right, and we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth? Ms. Buckingham? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays, so on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup, and so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout freebie, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop just at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, I need to find my kids. He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, she killed the kids. Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Carolyn was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full-time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect, is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Hey, everybody.
Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do.
I need to open up another window here. Excuse me. Ignore that. Okay. I already have things I want to say. You know, this postpartum psychosis, if you believe in this, there's some things that this prosecutor has already said that's upsetting me. One of them being the fact that...
The easel may be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to...
All right, I'll hold that thought. The fact that she was acting normal
We thank jurors for
only supports postpartum psychosis. It comes in and out, in and out.
coming to court, listening to a trial. Certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. you people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, them. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time. Your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, experiences, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what His Honor told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew, when he brought this charge, that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here and listen to their evidence. But I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever of gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And, you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride. and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, it messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy, lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of a case that show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches, you'll hear, stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life.
Wow. Trigger warning, guys.
Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck.
Wow.
Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin.
The one around her neck is not superficial.
Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood.
Hello, Bartendress Noir. Thanks for being here.
Knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying, "Because kids." You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't
Dear
sleep.
God.
She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck.
Again, does not look superficial.
And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. Was paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room or the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest, and will suggest, that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital? You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. I saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the opening, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She'd only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft, and was spun out of control. Oh, because you can hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people, she was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear, because they don't call them, we're going to call them, people that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. And you're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicated her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And people can say, well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science. And they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape with the kids. And they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorpazam, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you hear evidence. Do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams. November 30th, December 6th, diazepam 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam 5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers, and they talk. And they look at her medication, and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear, because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day. One day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications until the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Gelada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Gelada to find out what's up with the medication, and Gelada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Gelada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Gelada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Gelada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital Emergency Room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. The day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate or whatever. Absolutely. Did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Judge.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out. Again, don't discuss the case. We'll be back here probably about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll begin with the Commonwealth's case. All right, so we'll be in recess at this time.
Okay, so as I just told you guys, I just had my boy Ruger up on the screen there. He's being tested for Addison's disease in case anybody is curious what's going on with my dog. I'm not even sure what's going on with my dog. He's just been, I know I've told you guys in the past that he has been doing the whole prayer pose where he's not feeling good and he, his belly is always bothering him like twice a week. My lab is, puking and panting and walking in circles like twice a week. And then he puts his buttocks in the air and just kind of stays in this prayer pose. So we're doing some tests on him and all that. But in case anybody was wondering, but I have a lot to say about what's happened so far. So we've got a prosecution, Shannon Buckingham. Their stance is that this is premeditated, okay? And the biggest mistake I heard so far is using the words fake suicide. Fake suicide. So it's not a fake suicide if she's throwing herself out the window. Okay. We've already seen some pictures, which I was surprised that we even saw some pictures at all. I thought they were going to be, withheld, but they're saying that she deliberately and with premeditation, did this to her 3 children, arguing that she, carefully timed the attack by sending her husband on this errand. And unfortunately, using, the exercise bands to take out her children, Cora, Dawson, and Kaylin, and, made this brief call to her husband that raised no alarm, is what they're saying. And only then does she go ahead and attempt to take her life. Now, prosecutors maintain that she is fully criminally responsible for her actions and that the evidence shows intentional planned murders rather than a complete loss of capacity due to postpartum psychosis. And then we have Kevin Reddington. So he is excellent. This man is excellent. Let me tell you a little bit about him. He has quite a record, very highly skilled, extremely highly skilled, known for taking on high profile, difficult cases and for being very aggressive. He's an experienced courtroom advocate. He has handled nearly 100 homicide trials over his career. and described as media savvy, highly skilled, effective at presenting complex defenses, including mental health and insanity arguments. Now, I do see here that in 1989, he represented Teresa Rogers. Rogers was charged with murder for stabbing her boyfriend in the eyes while he slept. And Reddington went on to argue a battered woman syndrome defense and also temporary insanity, and he won. They found her not guilty. This is widely reported as the first successful use of that defense in Massachusetts. So, she is in good hands with this attorney. Now, in case you don't know, the children are Cora, 5 years old, as he described just now, that she is named after the first baby that Lindsay ever delivered in her nursing career. And then we have Dawson, who's 3. Kaylin is 8 months at the time of their deaths. The defense is not disputing that she caused the deaths. What's going on here is he's arguing that she's not criminally responsible, blah, 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 due to postpartum psychosis. And this is, in fact, a true mental disease defect that can leave you with the inability to understand the wrongfulness of your actions. And it is something that is rare, but it does happen. And burden, we know, is on the prosecution here to prove that she was responsible. But she has so much support. First of all, we got Patrick Clancy, who is now remarried already, but has stood by her and supports her because he walked through this whole, process of her experiencing these symptoms and trying to get help. She's going to have friends and teachers that are going to come forward, teachers of the children that are going to say what a wonderful mother she was. Okay. And, I'm like really upset because of this whole fake suicide thing. Really, like fake suicide. A fake suicide doesn't look like somebody who shatters their spine and breaks every rib by throwing themselves out the window. There's nothing fake about all that blood we saw. Nothing fake about, the injuries. She's in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. They made a huge mistake already by labeling this fake. Okay, because you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that there's nothing about that scene that is fake, that is considered looking like a fake suicide. It looks like she has down to her last rope. She doesn't know what else to do. And with all this documentation that she's going to put forward, the Google searches, how about the Google searches? They're going to be time-stamped with dates. Her asking, how do I do this? How do I get help? What about this medication? She is constantly searching and asking for help. There was one time she's actually in a hospital for several days and not one doctor came in to see her. It's disgusting. It is. He talks about Dr. Paul Zeisel, a psychologist that was hired by the defense attorney to check her out. And the prosecution is trying to suggest that after she saw Dr. Zeisel, that only then did she talk about hallucinations, right? Dr. Zeisel is a clinical forensic psychologist based in Newton, Brookline, Massachusetts area. Lindsay Clancy's defense attorney hires him shortly after the murders and the incident to evaluate her while she was still in the hospital and recovering from these injuries. Zeisel publicly described her at the time as flat as a board. That's a direct quote. She was extremely fatigued and in significant pain. Okay? Attributes that he says could stem from a combination of her injuries, medications, and depression. And he has remained part of this defense team, the whole way from the beginning. He is listed among an expert witness that will be called for this trial. I'm just blown away by this. I really am. Psychosis, it can come on suddenly. So again, another big mistake by the prosecution is to be like, oh, she was acting normal. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what it's going to look. I would actually think that if she was acting strange, that would lean more towards their argument. The fact that she is just so fine in the morning, takes Cora to the doctor's office, is seen doing the snowman. They're playing in the snow. I mean, this isn't, there's no planning going on there at all. She's having, postpartum psychosis. There's, moments that happen in this psychosis, and there's moments of normalcy. And already, guys, defense is scoring major points for me. I am a big believer on not, declaring what I think is going to happen too far in advance. But I will tell you how I think it's going. I do think we have to wait for all the evidence. I don't know. Prosecution might put some things on that I didn't know about. But as of right now, defense is winning this case just with the opening statements. No doubt. Where is everybody at here in the chat? And make sure, you guys, I see how many are on here, and not everybody has hit that like button. If you could hit the like button for me, I'd really appreciate it. It does help with the push the video out in the algorithm. We're a great community here. Rosie's our moderator. She's on. She is super kind to everybody. Make sure you say hi to Rosie, guys. But I am like real big on having an interactive chat, and opposing opinions are welcome. Let's have a respectable debate. So anyway, back to my dog. I'm really worried. But guess what? I'm going to know at 12:30 p.m. Central Time today if my dog has Addison's disease. His cortisol levels came back 1.3, which is really low. And they're just worried. And I just hope he doesn't have that. That would be really terrible. But there's a lot of people on here that know my dog now, because he's part of my show sometimes, as you guys know. Here he is. Isn't he the cutest dog you ever saw in your whole life? He is a red fox lab, and he is just full of energy, this dog. Crazy. He's a crazy dog. So, yeah, I mean, this guy knows his stuff. And gosh, how dull and boring was that prosecutor? Like, her opening statement, nothing compelling about it. Nothing. If anything, she hurt herself. She totally hurt the case. But we will see. We will see what they've got and what they're going to bring forward. They should be back on here pretty soon. So where's everybody from? Post below where you guys are from. Post below what your opinion is on this case. So Michelle DeMatteis, I think is how I say your name. I walked into this case blind this morning, just like a juror. I'm already on the side of the defendant, and I'm never like that. But as of right now, Carolyn, I'm with you. Yeah, and I could change my mind, but like right now, and it sounds to me, I mean, you guys saw him hold up that huge exhibit, right? I mean, everything on that exhibit he's reading from is all the attempts, I believe, and the medication changes, upping it, downing it. These medications too, you could start off at a very low milligrams and feel totally fine. And just one little increase can set you, hightail you out into like this crazy psychosis. It does happen. Now, it is rare. Now, postpartum depression is not really that rare. I had it. And I had somebody say to me yesterday that, well, I had postpartum and I never wanted to do this to my children. Look, your postpartum, I'm just saying postpartum because there's depression, there's postpartum OCD, there's postpartum psychosis. And there's just the blues, which is, I don't even consider, like, it's considered not enough to give yourself the diagnosis of postpartum depression. But there's many different kinds of postpartum. And when somebody experiences one of those, and whatever degree you think you felt, you can't compare yourself to what another woman is feeling. You know, you can only be as bad, you can only imagine as bad as what you had, right? So these people that are coming on and going, well, I had it and I never wanted to do that to my children. Well, you also didn't feel what she felt. Okay. You can't, only people who have experienced psychosis is going to be able to say, oh my gosh, it is real. And I have had people messaging me that have had psychosis and they're saying it is for real. And it is nothing compared to postpartum depression. Just imagine your postpartum depression like 100 times worse. And then with hallucinations and voices talking to you. It's extremely unraveling. You feel helpless. And the fact that, okay, and here's another thing I wanted to talk about before we go back on. They're trying to also, I've had people say, well, why did he go? Why did he leave? Okay, maybe he shouldn't have made that mistake. But come on, people. This guy's working from home in the basement because he wants to be near her. And the guy, the one time he goes out to get food and get some medication, you know, I'm sure this man is living with that. You know, that is a permanent sentence for that man alone. You know, he lost 3 children too. I just, you know, at some point, you got to do what you got to do. Sometimes you have to leave the house. Sometimes you need to go someplace. And if you're constantly like strapped down 24/7, you know, you have no life too. And I don't think he left the house that day thinking anything was going to happen to his kids. Really makes me mad when people do that. You know, put the blame on the husband for leaving. Now, again, I don't know I'm really, really interested in his testimony. Honestly, that is the main thing I want to hear in this entire trial. I'm pretty much live streaming for that, to be honest with you. I will probably do coverage on the case every evening after that. But I think the most important part of this trial is going to be his testimony. And I think, you know, the jury, they're going to go, wow, he's not with her anymore. And he's remarried with I think, a child on the way, or maybe, I'm not sure. I can't confirm that, but I heard something about maybe she was, his new wife might be pregnant or they have a baby already. But even then, you know, with all the pain and anguish of what Lindsay has done, which she admits to, you know, he is still standing by her. That says so much about who she was before she had the postpartum. And just to all of a sudden behave this way. You guys saw the pictures. There is blood everywhere. There is, broken ribs. She shattered her whole spine. And the woman is in a wheelchair, and you're calling that fake? There's nothing fake about that. I'm sorry. Thanks, everybody, for the prayers for my dog. I love him so much. I already miss him. And you know what? I've, messed up as a doggy mommy by not socializing him enough. He doesn't go on car rides. And we had a vet that came to the house, literally. Huge mobile vet that would pull into the driveway. And I would have to bring him out. And just, he's impossible. He's not trained. He just isn't. And I feel horrible about that. So anyway, we took him this morning to, because I'm now changing vets. So I brought him to a new vet this morning. We had to take him out of the house, car ride and all, yelping, practically screaming in the backseat the whole time. Took him in. They saw him, and now they're doing, I think it's called an ACH test. It's like the final test you do for Addison's disease. His cortisol levels are 1.3, and the patterns in his blood are showing that he has possibly Addison's. So I will know. My husband's going to get him at about 12:30 today, and I will have the answer to that test. And just pray for me that my dog does not have this disease, Yeah, so I did read she had another child, but I don't know for sure. Let me look it up. I think they talked about it. Maybe. I took some notes before, but hold on. I'm just going to tell you. All right, Patrick. Let's see. So they're divorced and he's remarried. He's sequestered right now and will not be able to sit in the courtroom during the trial, just so you guys know. He has publicly said that he forgives Lindsay and views what happened as a result of her illness only. Yeah, I don't know for sure if he has a baby with the new woman, but I know, I totally messed up. So Addison's disease is when you don't produce enough cortisol, is what I'm being told. And if you don't treat it, his cortisol levels can literally bottom out. And then his life could be in danger from that. But you can live a long, full life as long as you catch it early. And we are catching it early. And also, she's not so sure he even has it because a dog with Addison's disease will have a low cortisol level, but they also will have their electrolytes off and they'll have other things off in their blood. And those things are normal. So we will find out. Yes. Okay. So Patrick Clancy is going to testify next. I am really... this is what I've been wanting to live stream. This is why I've live streamed today, because I think his testimony is the most important in this trial. So we're just waiting for it to restart. Should be any minute now. How's everybody doing? Anybody else on here have a Labrador? Yeah, my boy is the best. He really is. He's the cutest thing. He's 5 years old. And he's 103 pounds. He's a little overweight now. We just got 8 pounds off of him. So we need to get him down to 95. He's a big boy. Let me tell you. Yes, he does. Patrick Clancy does speak highly of her. Kathy? Thanks for being here, girl. Yeah, you know what? You didn't miss much. Their argument is not compelling at all. In fact, I think that their opening hurt them big time. Calling what she did fake, like a fake suicide attempt. No, it was not fake. I know. Oh my goodness. I agree. The new wife looks just like Lindsay. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. Okay, guys, ready? There she is. Whoops. Hold on. Okay, well, that stinks. I can't pull it up any bigger than it. All right. Let me try it again. All right, let's see if this works. Yeah, so this is his new wife, and she does. She looks a lot like Lindsay. Look at that. Lindsay's on the picture on the left with the kids and Patrick, and this is the new wife. My heart goes out to this man. What he's doing is, amazing. It's amazing that he's doing this for her because he knows she's that she's a very sick woman. You know? Okay, so yeah, that's part of why I want to listen. So Kristen Allen says, I think it's really odd that he got remarried so quickly. Yeah. I'm waiting before I comment on that. But I do. I want to hear what he has to say. I think the defense, but I don't know if it's really, I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to comment on it yet. I'm going to wait till I hear his testimony and the cross-examination as well. When exactly did he marry her? Do we know? Let me look it up. I'm going to look it up. Rachel Dennis, she's a New York City fertility doctor. They remarried April 2026. So that really isn't that quick, guys. I mean, this happened. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's been years, guys. Tao Tao. Hello. That's what I'm looking up now, Misty. Just want to make sure I have the right date. I'm not finding the right date. But here's the thing, guys. Even if the official divorce was more recent, that doesn't count to me because you know, she's, you know, been in jail and they, you know, could have just finalized it later. Yeah, I'm thinking she needs, you know, mental health care is what she needs more than anything. Yeah. And by the way, I didn't mean jail. What I meant was she's been in a facility for mental health, being held there. You know, and because of her medical condition and ongoing needs, she has been held under like a specialized medical custody arrangement. So it's not really a standard jail, just so you guys know. So if you're just joining us, please smash that like button. I would appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Say hello to Rosie, our moderator. The kids are Cora, Dawson, and Kaylin. And it's just such a tragedy what has happened to them. I don't want to forget about the 3 children in this whole scenario. I'm not trying to say that anybody should get away with something like this. But there are mitigating circumstances here regarding her mental health. Okay. And Shannon Buckingham, the prosecutor, is trying to say that this is a deliberate, pre-planned attack. Okay. And that she tried to fake her own taking of her life. There is nothing fake about it. By any means, is anything about this fake? If you were watching, the defense attorney appeared and showed pictures. They're very graphic, but they showed just how much blood there was. They showed her neck wound, which was not superficial at all. There were cuts all over her. And then she throws herself out the window and, paralyzes herself for the rest of her life. It's just really nothing fake about it. And this defense attorney of hers is incredible. He's very known in high-profile cases, difficult cases, even one of them where he used the battered syndrome and insanity defense and won. He has over 100 homicide cases that he has tried. And he has just been, throwing punches right out of the box, this defense attorney. And, the prosecution was just blah, blah, blah. There was nothing good about it. Nothing. Maybe she'll redeem herself later, but opening statement was a real snooze for me. Now, as you guys know, apparently the court has ruled that all autopsy photos of the children and the audio of Patrick's 911 call cannot be played, distributed, or broadcast by media and public. Also, by the way, there's no court tomorrow due to a scheduling conflict. The trial is expected to run 4 to 6 weeks overall, with a large witness list. Over 200 names. Not all are going to testify, but there's 200 names on this list potentially could be called. So Bianca says, for me, him being remarried also has to do with having lost his 3 kids. How does someone just move on from all of that enough to remarry 3 years from the tragedy? Yeah. Wait, are you saying that he shouldn't have remarried because it's odd that he would remarry after losing his kids? Or are you saying what I think it is that also remarrying helps you to, have some sort of positive outlook to be able to move on? I see it more like that getting remarried is, what do we expect the guy to do? Just sit around and loathe and stop his life and not be able to continue? I don't know. I think it makes more sense for him to remarry, and I don't think it's that much time. You know what I mean? I think there's been some time that's gone by that maybe he should. But I could be wrong. Yeah, Diane, you can find it later. It's really, honestly, it's just boring and nothing really compelling in it. Yes, I love Rosie too. She is the best. Make sure you guys are saying hello to Rosie. She's on here with you guys talking until the stream is over. So thank you so much, Rosie. You're always there, girl. Yeah, I don't think that Lindsay begrudges him for being remarried and moving on. I don't. I feel so, as of right now, I feel really terrible for this woman. Thank you. So Meow SRL says he lost his kids. Why should he have to be alone? It's cruel. Yep. Agreed. That's an interesting perspective, but I think that the man has to, he's like Meow said before, that, it's absolutely torture for him to just sit around and live in the past. He's got to try to find a way to move on. We're forgetting that both of these adults have lost these 3 children. Hey, Kristen, how are you? I can't imagine losing a child, let alone all three in a horrific manner. I myself don't think that I could go on living. Maybe that's why I find it odd, not judging him. Yeah, I don't know if I could go on. I would have to have something else in my life or someone or something to come into my life to be able to move on. And for me, that number one thing would be I'd have to turn to God. You know, people can't do anything. And I'm not going to try not to do a sermon here or anything, but I really do not think people can do anything in this world, in this earthly existence, without God. I would not be able to do or get over anything that's hard without God. So you need that first. And then, you know, the blessings of the possibility of another family, you know, bringing another child into the world. It doesn't make the other three like just go away or say that they didn't matter. I'm sure Lindsay would want him to go on and have other kids. So is there anybody in here that's from Massachusetts? I'm curious. Rosie, what do you mean, why did they divorce? They were married at the time that the three children. Well, it only makes sense. I mean, how can a relationship, as much as, by the way, it's documented that they were adorable together and that they were very kind to one another, and neighbors, friends said they had an amazing relationship. When a tragedy like this happens, though, I think it would be very difficult to stay married. It just is too painful. And I think moving on is the best decision for both of them. Oh, I'm so sorry, Misty. I cannot imagine losing a child. It's my worst nightmare. It is a nightmare. And I hope that you found some peace and comfort in leaning on God on that one. What is taking them so long? Come on, people. I'm checking another channel just to make sure. No, they're still on break. If you're just joining us, we are live streaming day 1 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. My main purpose of live streaming is to see Patrick Clancy because I think he is the key to really understanding this case more than anybody and more than any witness. And then, of course, right behind that would be all the documented evidence of her, trying to get help, hospital visits, 911 calls, hotline calls. There is medication adjustments. There is repeated incidents of mental health providers failing this woman. And that is going to be very, very telling. And here's the thing. The husband knows about all that. And he's going to say that, I'm sure. So I am very much highly anticipating this testimony that's going to be coming. And it should be next. So we'll have to see. They're on a recess. They're taking an awfully long time. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts is taking a very long time. I'm sorry you're sick, Tina. You had postpartum depression too? Yeah, so did I. Mine only lasted like a couple weeks right after my firstborn. I did not have a whole lot after my secondborn. I was more, my secondborn, I was like more melancholy and very protective of my daughter. And just like, you know, just very like mushy and, you know, but my first daughter, I felt strange. I did. I felt strange for a couple weeks. I brought her home. Nothing too terrible, just the blues, feeling sad. I was scared of being a mom. When I looked at her, I felt the weight of my responsibility when I looked at her. Maybe it really was just the blues and not official postpartum depression. I don't know. I never really officially got it diagnosed. I just knew I felt different. And I remember I could not listen to music that sounded sad to me. I'd be like, turn it off. Turn it off. The song by Keane, Somewhere Only We Know. That song was popular at the time that I had my daughter, my first daughter. And I remember if the song came on, I would just start crying hysterically. And I'd be like, I can't listen to it. And my husband loved that song. And he'd go, come on, can't I leave it on? And I'm like, no, you need to turn it off right now. It triggered me so bad. And then, you know, it eventually went away for me. So, oh, we're back on. All right, here we go.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, can you call your first witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the fact shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right. Good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right. Commonwealth, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Patrick Clancy. It's Patrickclancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013,
And how did you meet her?
through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015
And where did you live?
in Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time, when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe?
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks, back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time, is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good, okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem,
Per diem.
and then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13, if I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah,
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks? Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So.
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
She just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay. Yeah. And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all 3 kids, and there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time, for lunch, or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that
Yes.
time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
yes,
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver. But eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming, and yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes,
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Callan.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown, and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I mean, I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
Did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seemed to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22, and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates, but she just, one night she said, do you mind, she started it by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement, and if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and I'm hoping that, like, if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul, and then Rebecca Gelada, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelada, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. Mm-hmm. And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelada said you can bring them to like a police station, they get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as Exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Okay. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan. So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022, for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks.
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, this is Exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can I publish?
You may.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Carolyn at that event.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
Exhibit 5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo with all five. Six. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, like had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
Let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question, second part of the question?
do you find it disturbing? Okay. And she said yes. And she described it as, really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
Okay. And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention. And
were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6, 2022, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, Did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay, and why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors.
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Okay. Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct? Mm-hmm. She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean. And we didn't have a diagnosis. So we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and you know, try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that that night, while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Or too soon at these two photos, those things?
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. They, for some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st then of 2023, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times, is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Okay. Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
Okay. And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Wow. What mother doesn't want to go to her kid's birthday party?
Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything, yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess, and we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. Good. Close your notebooks, place them on your chairs.
Yeah. So what mother, good mother, and we do think she is one. It's been tested. It's been said by so many people already that she was a good mother, and that's why he is actually leaning on her side, because he saw this whole thing, and it's already been well documented that this husband said that she was an amazing mother, that they had a very good relationship, all those things. So with that in mind, what mother does not want to go to her kid's birthday party? How is that a valid point in the prosecution's arguments? That's ridiculous. You know, on my worst day, okay, on the worst day of my entire life, I would try to make my kid's birthday party. Okay. If anything, it shows you how much she loved her children. That's what it does. Now, first of all, regarding Patrick, you can see how tired he is. You can see the exhaustion. You can see how spent he is. My heart breaks for him. It really does. Postpartum psychosis is no joke. It is very, very rare, but a very serious mental health emergency. And it can hit after someone gives birth. And it only affects about 1 or 2 women out of every 1,000. It's not the same as the more common baby blues or even regular postpartum depression. Now, the people that are siding with the prosecution on this case are usually people that have experienced postpartum depression, and they walk around going, well, I never hurt my kids. Listen, you have no clue. Okay, this is postpartum psychosis. It exists. I believe this woman had it. It involves a real break from reality. People can start hearing or seeing things that are not there. They develop intense delusions, because, extremely confused mania swings into like a deep paranoia and swinging totally back to a normal state. Okay. And a lot of the things that the prosecution is trying to point out, that she was just fine that day. Well, yeah, you would see moments like that with somebody who has this. She genuinely, I believe, is a good mom and loved her children. And you're going to see that in those moments when she's swinging in and out of this mania and psychosis. Symptoms will come on suddenly out of nowhere. And it's usually within the first couple weeks after delivery, but can go up to a year. And, sleep deprivation is huge. Huge hormonal shifts happen. Okay. And they play a huge role, especially if somebody already has a vulnerability to bipolar disorder, which I don't know if she was ever diagnosed with anything before this. I'm kind of waiting for that one. But as for the medication part, she tries to hammer home that the medications that she is, cherry picking to ask Patrick about trying to point out there's only 7 pills missing out of this bottle, and she only took 4 pills out of this bottle. That is a moot point, okay? Because some people can have a very strong reaction even after taking only a small amount. And that actually happened in this case with a very low dose of Zoloft very early on. Certain brains are just, more sensitive, especially in the postpartum period. Okay, when your hormones and brain chemistry are already in flux. Look at it this way. Psychosis is added on to actual depression. In other words, she has postpartum depression, which is what more women can identify with. And then you add on to it the psychosis. All right. She is depressed. She's got the blues. But then it goes a step further for her. And antidepressants then come into play and can sometimes activate symptoms instead of calming them. All right. Like triggering the racing thoughts, making the insomnia unbearable. Okay. She talks about asking Patrick to spend the night in the basement so that she could get some sleep. And I get that. You ever have those nights, everybody, where like, okay, let me tell you a little bit about what I do. Because as we get older, sleep gets tougher, I think, personally. And I'm in my 50s. So, and going through the whole menopause stuff. So I have to like wind down before I can go to sleep. I'm one of these people where I get into bed and unfortunately I'm somebody that has to be listening to something or have to have the TV on, which I know is not great if you're with somebody that needs all the lights out and no TV. But anyway, I have to start my night where like makeup is off, showered, I put on, my PJs, and then I get into bed and I have to start watching something. And it normally takes me a good hour or 2 of watching something to wind down. If that gets thrown off for me, and this is without depression of any kind, if that gets thrown off for me and then it's getting later and later and later, I get this paranoia and anxiety that sets in. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna be able to go to sleep now. Now I'm starting my routine even later tonight. And then if you don't fall asleep, if I don't fall asleep before my husband, I'll be up all night long. You know what I mean? I need to be asleep before him. And then you're like tossing and turning. And it's the nighttime, the middle of the night. How do you guys feel about this? But in the middle of the night, I find that it is a dark, lonely place in the middle of the night. It's cold. The lights are out in the house. And, there's like this depressing loneliness if you're not able to sleep. All right. So in the middle of the night, I get more agitated, and then I start to pace, and I get paranoia about not being able to get my sleep. So add in that postpartum depression and psychosis. It's mind-boggling. So anyway, he goes to the basement for 2 days, he testifies, but comes back, and then she goes in the basement. So now we've got a woman who is depressed, okay, with postpartum depression and psychosis on medications that are triggering the worst of the worst, and she's in a basement with insomnia. Can you just hang with me here on this? It is enough to make you crazy. It really is. Then you've got agitation and, even tipping someone towards mania if there's an underlying bipolar tendency, which I'm not positive about. And I'm wondering if that's going to come out. But you can actually have the bipolar attributes with this postpartum depression and psychosis. And notice how I'm saying both, because I don't think you can have the psychosis and not have the postpartum depression. I think it's both. I think you have both. You can't just have I think you can have just postpartum depression. But then if you have any of the other ones, like postpartum OCD, postpartum psychosis, you have to have the depression too. All right. So a relatively low dose of a medication can still hit really hard and really fast in the wrong person at the wrong time. And that's why careful monitoring of these medications really matters, because, these are meds after childbirth. I think it's a calculated move on the prosecution's part to try to point out that this bottle only had 7 pills used. This bottle only had 4 pills or whatever it was. Their thinking is if the defense is arguing that the medications played a big role in pushing her into a psychotic state or made her unable to do what she was doing, the prosecution would try to undercut that. Okay, pointing at that amounts were relatively small, or that she wasn't loaded up on any massive doses right before the act, lets them say these were not extreme toxic levels. Well, they, I imagine, are going to have an expert come on and say, no, because I've got 2 points to make here. One, usually in the beginning of taking a medication, that's when the side effects are the worst until you adjust to the medication. So her theory about only taking a few medications and it wasn't that big of a deal goes out the window, because in your first week of taking a medication, if you're going to have side effects, those people that do have the real bad side effects, the ones that are in the commercials where they're like, if you have don't take this medication. If you're the person that's going to get those side effects, they'll come right away. They will. They'll come right away and you'll be confused and you won't understand what's going on. And, so there's that. And then the second thing is that, how do I say this? She's pointing out about the meds, but I'm trying to figure out how to say this. They're not extreme toxic levels. Okay. I get that. But also we're dealing with increases that are happening. Okay. And like I said before, you can take a dose of Zoloft and feel hardly anything and have no side effects. And they raise it just a little bit and you can spin out of control. That's how my husband and I were just talking about this. Like I stepped away for a little bit. I had to do a couple things and deal with some things with my dog. And he overheard on the trial the Seroquel. And he's like, these medications, these people with these medications. Now, listen, don't get me wrong. I know there are people that need them. I get that. But I think there's far more people that outweigh the ones that need them. It shouldn't be on them. They are just, they can screw you up. It just, and too many kids, too many teenagers are being put on these medications. Anyway, the defense is going to push hard on this point. They're going to push back hard. I think when they come back, actually we're still in prosecution, but when they actually cross-examine him, which by the way, I think the prosecution putting him up on the stand was a big mistake because I think it's only helping the defense. But their argument is that it doesn't take huge doses. And I think they're going to have experts that are going to testify to this. When somebody is already in a vulnerable postpartum state, possibly with, bipolar tendencies and reacting badly to meds, I think an expert is going to hammer this home and it's going to throw everything she just said out the door. And we'll probably be able to tell the jury that a very low dose will and can trigger agitation, insomnia, intrusive thoughts, and this psychosis. So I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens. The small amounts point is really stupid, really dumb. Okay, so I took some notes. Let's see. What did he say? So basically what Patrick talked about here so far was just about the condition of her having the anxiety in the beginning. She worked overnight as a nurse in the beginning. They had a couple nannies over the years, so they had some help. Cora and Dawson were very active in gymnastics and swimming and skiing with Dad. It must be so hard on both of them right now because, did you guys see when he took the stand how she started crying when she saw his face. I mean, that's so bittersweet. You know, I think they really loved each other, and I think he really loved her. And it's like impossible to have a healthy marriage after something like this happens. And it's just so heartbreaking because, you know, all accounts have said that they were absolutely crazy about each other, that they loved each other very much. And it's just so sad that they're not together today, and they probably never can be now. He talked about her starting this Beachbody program and how she would be on the Peloton a lot, you know, exercising. And you know, he talked about also the 5-year-old Cora. She was named after the first baby that she delivered as a nurse. I mean, I don't know. They tried to get him to say that she was only slightly stressed, but in good spirits. You know, and then there was a couple moments there. Did you guys catch that where he wanted to give more context? And she cut him right off, the prosecution. Well, let me tell you, the defense is going to jump all over that one. You know, there's a whole other side to this that's going to be coming out. He talked about going to this wedding where they brought Carolyn with them, and he spoke to her. She spoke to him about wanting to take the Zoloft for her anxiety so she could go back to work. And the prosecution was like, well, she already had that Zoloft, right? Like, he testified that she was like talking about it as if she was going to inquire about getting some Zoloft. And then the prosecution said, well, she already had that Zoloft ready to go. You know, I don't know what that's going to do. That's not some, you know, smoking gun lady. But after taking it, he talks about him noticing changes in her and how she was suffering this lack of sleep. And then told to double the dose. And then he goes on to say that she only got worse. So at this point in the testimony, he is starting to help the defense. Okay. And I don't know if the prosecution is brain dead here, but, you know, this is not going well for them right now. He just continued to say that she wasn't improving and getting more and more depressed, and that she was nervous about a trip he was going to take with Cora, and you know, just kept getting worse. Okay, and the prosecutor had him say, you know, well, when you looked in this bottle, there was only 7 pills missing, right? So that's really the biggest thing for me so far that stands out, is that she's trying to say that she wasn't heavily medicated enough. But anybody that has tried any of these medications will tell you that those symptoms can kick in right away, and you're like, not taking any more of these. It's all like trial and error. I would imagine that the defense is going to come forward, and I don't know this for sure, but I would imagine that the defense is going to come forward with bottle after bottle after bottle after bottle. Why? Because when you're desperate for help and you need something that works, it's trial and error. You get, you know, prescribed Wellbutrin, Buspirone, whatever, Zoloft, Prozac. There's all these Seroquel. There's all these medications, and you take a couple days worth, and you're like, don't like how this makes me feel, and you go back and they either up it, which would create a whole new prescription. So that first bottle at the lower dose, they don't make you break it in half and take, all right, we'll take half. They don't do that. They give you a whole new script. So then you have a second bottle of, let's say it's Zoloft. You have a second bottle of Zoloft sitting there. The first one only has 7 pills missing. Then there's a second bottle, and then maybe that dose doesn't work. Let's say you try 3 or 4 pills and you're like, oh my gosh, I feel worse. Then they change the dose again. Well, then you're going to get a whole new script, and you're going to pick up a brand new bottle, and then you'll have 3 bottles of Zoloft. You see where I'm going at here? I would imagine that they're going to produce documents of all the scripts she picked up, and we are going to find out that she had so many bottles, which that in itself will help this case to prove that she was not, you know, that she was going out of her mind and that she was not getting the help she needed. Okay. So we have to wait and see. That's just a prediction I have. There's going to be a lot of bottles or a lot of scripts, you know, at multiple milligram doses, or a lot of changes over to different meds. And then we already know that there is a combination. Let me pull that up and see if I could get that for you, because I talked about it the other day. Just give me a second. I'll pull it up. Let's see. How's everybody doing? If you're just joining us, thank you for being here. Make sure that you give me a thumbs up, like this video, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Somebody said Zawoki's on here. Hi, Zawoki. How are you? Let's see. Let me I know I have it written down here somewhere. I'm going to go back to that too. Hold on. Okay, Zoloft waited 2 weeks to start it because she was breastfeeding. Dose increased from 25 to 50 milligrams. Somebody on here before wanted to know the milligrams of the Zoloft. It was 25 to 50. And on that occasion, when they did that switch, she was awake with got no sleep for 48 hours. And then she had racing thoughts after that. They got rid of the Zoloft at that point. She was given Ativan and Benadryl for sleep. She went to the ER at South Shore Hospital for insomnia, anxiety, and heart palpitations. Then they gave her trazodone, which did nothing. 5 days later, a nurse gave her Prozac, and she stopped it after 4 days when it made her insomnia even worse. See, immediately, 4 pills, trial and error. I'm not doing this anymore. Then 3 more medications were prescribed all at once. And I know 2 of them were buspirone and Klonopin. And one of them, she believed, she started complaining, reports of disassociation, where she felt disoriented and disconnected from her body. She could not even drive or be alone at that moment. And then on November 29th, she began treatment with a nurse who prescribed her Seroquel. And by December 2nd, she had lost 15 pounds, had no appetite whatsoever, and was having panic attacks. Then on December 4th, she called New Bedford Suicide Hotline, and she was told this is not an emergency because she could not tell them she had a plan. Imagine that. You call up a hotline and you say, I want to take my life. And we just heard her ex-husband talk about her being very open to her family about the fact that she wanted to take her life and she was having thoughts about hurting the children. Okay? Somebody who really wants to get rid of their kids, okay? Because there are evil people out there. Most mothers don't do this, but there are a few mothers out there that have done this, unfortunately. They're not telling anybody. They're not telling anybody. They really want to get rid of them. They're not going to say anything. She's saying, help me. I'm having these horrible, horrible thoughts, So she calls an emergency hotline and they didn't help her because she could not tell them that she had an actual plan. Oh, you're fine. If you don't have it planned out, you're fine. And they disconnect the call with her. Then on December 6th, Patrick tells the nurse that Lindsay was 10,000 times worse. And that is a direct quote. 10,000 times worse since starting the medication. And then Patrick said, can we please start everything over? And the nurse acknowledged a possible mix-up. Here's what I was looking for. Check this out. A nurse came forward and said there was a mix-up, okay, about the medications that were given, but they kept increasing the Seroquel towards 400 milligrams per day. Then on December 5th, a crisis clinician told her she didn't meet criteria for inpatient care. We're not going to take you. We're not going to admit you. You don't meet the criteria. Meanwhile, She has said she's wanted to take her life, take her children's lives, and she's told her husband. Her husband is saying this. The mother knows about it. Friends know about it. Patrick reports she had the worst day on December 15th, that she had hallucinations all day, saying things like, quote, "You are damaged. You will never be the same. My only option is to die." Then she went to the ER at Mass General on December 20th. Listen to this, guys. This is crazy. Finally was admitted to partial hospitalization, a program at the Women's and Infant Hospital. And she told them there that she had felt very numb. She felt crazy and depressed. And then just a week later, she admits herself to the main hospital on New Year's Eve with depression and saying she wants to take her life. She was placed in a locked unit, but reportedly did not see a doctor and was discharged without ever seeing a doctor. Yeah. Then in mid-January, she says her hallucinations returned and a voice came into her head and told her that the only option was to die. And then a day before the killings, on January 23rd, a doctor increased, her antidepressant medication. Just the day before. Her defense attorney is going to say upwards of 13 different medications. And the prosecutors are saying, it's more likely only 7. And that she was never on more than 4 or 5 at one time. 4 or 5 is a lot. At the time of the killings, they say she was taking 3. I'm sorry, but that could be a lot. It only takes one. It only takes one medication to put you into postpartum psychosis, even though it is rare. On the rare occasion that you are that 1 or 2 out of 1,000 women that get it, it can happen as a result of only one medication. Heck, I know somebody who flipped out and lost their mind temporarily from taking Advil. That's really rare. So don't be afraid to take your Advil. But it happens. Our body makeup, you just don't know. It can happen. And I think you guys know that both Patrick and Lindsay have filed medical malpractice and wrongful death lawsuits. They're seeking more than $1 million. They got one heck of a case here. And if they have a good case for that, all that same evidence for that case is going to be presented in this trial. And I really, as of right now, I'm waiting for something to change. Maybe the prosecution's going to put something, up for us to hear that I don't know about. That is going to be really damning to her. But until that happens, and I always wait until we hear all the evidence, but until that happens, this is a sick woman. This is a sick woman. It is a tragedy. It is horrible all around. I am not negating the lives of 3 children. And normally I am the first person to say that person needs to pay for that. But this is a very different case. I don't know if I've ever seen a case like this involving mental health and medications and the defendant seeking help. I don't know if I've seen another case with more evidence than this one has. What do you guys think? What do you think? Hi, John. Where you been? Yeah. Like I said, I'll say it. And I said it on my live stream the other day. So this might be new to you if you were not on the other day, but I struggle with these doctors, these so-called doctors. I struggle with the whole psychiatrist, psychologist, needing therapy, prescribing medications, checking off boxes. Most of these psychiatrists, their appointments don't last any more than 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, they do an intake on you and they'll sit with you for an hour, or they'll even do a Zoom call with you. And you tell them all your problems and you tell them what's going on in your life and you don't feel good. And this is what's happening to me. And then right away they're like, okay, they're programmed. They are programmed to prescribe. So then they'll say, let's start you off on some Zoloft or some Prozac. They prescribe it. And then you come back every couple weeks or so, sometimes only on a Zoom call, because that's the world we live in today. Doctors, they're not sitting physically in front of you anymore. And you go in and they ask a couple questions. How are you feeling? What's going on? And then they're like, okay, you seem okay. We're going to raise the dose. And you go home. And what upsets me about it is that psychiatrists and psychologists, and I'm roping them in because it's the same with therapy too, they spend their little bit of time that they have with you. And then they just move on. And they see a zillion patients a day. And you go home to whatever heck that you're living in. They don't care. They don't care. Now, I'll be clear that there might be a few out there that are real sincere, valid, doctors that care about their patients. But I've noticed that as time has gone on, especially since COVID, that doctors don't care about you anymore. They don't. They just prescribe and check a box. I went to my primary care doctor not long ago, and I'm changing. It's this guy. He's like in his late 50s. And every time I go to him, he walks in and he's like, so what's going on? I'm like, well, I'm getting older. I've got some hip pain. My back hurts. I have some GI issues. And he's like, yeah, it's just part of getting older. You'll be all right. That's what he says to me. So what he's saying? He's saying it's okay to live that way because you're getting old. And, let's just stop right there. Let's not try to make you feel a little better or have your quality of life better. They don't do that. It's really annoying. And I'm changing. I'm going to find a female doctor next because I can't take it. But it's the same kind of thing. They walk in and they're just checking off a box. You're just a number to them. So it's really quite concerning that this girl was seen by so many people and I don't think was taken seriously. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah. They don't have the time to get to understand the underlying issues that cause us to need their care. They forget about us and move on to the next patient. But since COVID, healthcare has plummeted. Thank you. Yes. They don't care about, if you say, oh, I'd like an alternative way of living, or I would like holistic, look into somebody that might be more holistic or something. They're like, no, they're just all big on big pharma. They just want to prescribe things to you. And I'm changing my doctor, totally changing my doctor. And I know that when it comes to therapy, like social work, psychology, things like that, they're sitting there and they don't do anything. They don't say anything. They're just like, and how does that make you feel? And how does that make you feel? And they write down on a notepad everything that you said, and then you're sitting there and you're like, this person, their only way of remembering me is to read their notes before I walk in the door. That's why they really have the 10 minutes between patients, Thank you, Jennifer. You're so sweet. Jennifer says women's health are so overlooked compared with men's health. This case is important. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I do. Let me give you a special thank you from Ruger for the super chat. It is, I really, really, truly appreciate it. It means so much to me. It takes a village. But the support of the channel really means a lot to me. And I thank you guys so much. Thank you. Thanks, Jen. So, they just write down these notes about what you said. And then if you notice, they usually only do 45 to 50-minute appointments. And then when the last person leaves, yeah, they're using the bathroom, but they're opening up that notepad because they can't possibly remember you. They can't. And then they just sit there and you walk out the door and I know people that are like, they actually think their therapist is like a good friend. They do. So much so that they'll invite them to things. And you know that by law, they can't do anything with you outside of work, right? But they think that they're your friend. And it's actually very unhealthy, I think. The only things that you can lean on in this world is number one, God, and two, your family. And even then, that's up for debate. Some people feel their relationships with their family are not good. But if it's even half good, your family is the one standing there for you at the end of the day. Talk to God, pray. The Lord can do amazing things with prayer. Most people are like, I'm not going to pray. Try it. You'd be shocked. You would be shocked what happens when you pray. He's there for you. He'll look after you. And then your family. Family is everything. Family first. This poor woman. So yeah, I've heard a lot of things about, wait, isn't GABA a supplement? Is GABA a supplement? I want to say that I have a supplement in my cabinet in the kitchen and it's GABA. Or is that just like the GABA type supplement, like a replacement for GABA? I don't know. But thank you so much about Ruger. Yes, guys. Oh, Ruger does not have Addison's disease. I was so worried. Oh my gosh, guys. Now I don't know what's going on with him in terms of his GI issues. But so he does the prayer pose like for a couple hours every so often, like twice a week. And then he'll puke all over the place in the grass and then go back out and eat it. Ew, Ruger, gross. And lately he's been eating small animals. Do you guys remember the rabbit he ate? So for those that are new to my channel, this is my dog Ruger. And he got his first taste of blood. So we started calling him Freddy Ruger on the channel for Freddy Krueger. So he was out. This is like what, guys, 2 months ago or something? I came on here and I was like freaking out because we looked out I have a big yard. It's fenced in. It's about an acre yard. And I look out the window. Oh no, my daughter comes running in and she says to me, oh my gosh, Mom, there is a leg hanging out of Ruger's mouth. So I was flipping out. He found a baby rabbit and he literally ate it right in front of me. It was so gross. I'm like reliving it right now. It's so horrible. So I'm screaming for my husband. Oh my gosh. And there's like this rabbit leg hanging out of his mouth. My husband goes out there and man, he would not let that thing go. And he basically ate the whole rabbit right in front of our faces. It was so gross. So then we went further back and we saw that there was another rabbit in the grass, like in a hole where a nest was left. And there was another rabbit there and he had messed with that rabbit too. And my husband had to like put it out of its misery because it was really in pain and it was twisted from Ruger. So then Then in the same day, we noticed this awful smell in his mouth. And we're like, what the heck is that? Because those rabbits were alive. Okay. So it shouldn't have, this is so gross. It's like a crime. It's like true crime. Ruger is officially true crime. He's a murderer. Anyway, so we smelled this awful smell. So we walked back out there again and he got a dead bird that had been laying there, I guess, for some time. And it had like maggots on it. And I'm like, what have you done? So now, twice since that incident, he has eaten 2 birds. And people are telling me, don't be mad at him. I'm not mad at him. I'm just horrified. But people said this is typical lab behavior, that once they eat something like that, then they are going to do it again. And I'm like, now I'm worried if like a friend ever brings over their small cat or another small dog, will he eat the dog and the cat? Like, I'm just really worried. What if we have snakes in Tennessee. What if there is a snake coming through my yard? Okay. And it attacks Ruger because he attacks it. Because I just feel like, So anyway, I don't know if that's what's caused him to have these problems with his stomach. I don't know. Has anybody got any experience with this? But, what are you going to do? We did do an ultrasound. We checked all of that, and he had a full blood panel done. And then he had some blood patterns that showed signs of Addison's disease, and his cortisol level was abnormal at like 1.3. So we took him in this morning, for an ACH test or an AHC test to rule out Addison's disease. And they called me an hour or so ago telling me it was normal. So he is good. He is good. But we don't know what is causing him to go into this prayer pose all the time and throwing up like once or twice a week. I guess it's just lab behavior. I don't know. I'm not sure what to think about it. I really don't. Oh, Sassy had to go. That stinks. That stinks. Is Zawoki still on here or did he have to hop off? Anyway, awesome channel, Zawoki. I love him. He's a gamer, but he does some true crime on the side, and he is just the best. I'm telling you, he's like the nicest guy. Like, I just enjoy watching him. He's adorable. He's funny. He's just, he's like a little comedian. He's very entertaining. So make sure you guys subscribe to his channel and tell him I sent you if you have not already. I did. I've been changing the food a million times. Now he's on this Nature's vegan food. It is from PetSmart, but it's one of the more expensive ones. I think they're going to change it again. Have to see. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I love him too. He's the best. So John says this case is sad. If this woman is in good mental health, now she probably wishes she were dead. Oh gosh, I think every day is a living hell for her. And I really worry about her if she ever gets out anyway. I think she will attempt again if she doesn't get the help she needs. I think Ruger's back. They went to go pick him up from the hospital because they kept him there to have a test. Yep. My boy is back. He's back. Maybe I'll let him in here. Oh, there he is. You hear him? I hear him. Hold on. Let me go get him. Give me a second. Buddy. Come here, boy. Come here. Guys, let's see. Here he is. Come here, buddy. You're back. Come here, boy. live. Hold on. All right. 1 second. Okay, so yeah. Can you guys hear me? He's back. You know, he's never been away from the house. He's never been away. I'm trying to think of it. Am I coming through the speakers here? No. Okay. He has never been away, like where we've had to drop him off at a vet and leave. And that was hard. And he, I feel like it sounds weird. Let me see. I don't know. It's good now. So it was hard to like leave, even if it was just for a couple hours, you know, but they told me he was a really good boy. He was such a good boy. And, I'm excited that he's back. So yeah. So I feel like something sounds weird. Not on your end. I think I feel like, hello. Okay. So yeah, go ahead and email me. So somebody on here, image design, you want to start a channel and you have a following. Yeah, it's a lot of hard work, but I'd be happy to talk to you about it. It took me 2 years. I'm now at 2 years, which is actually pretty good. Most people don't get to even 20,000 until like 5 years. So I got to 30,000, you know, just plugging away. And it is a lot of work. But I'll be happy to talk to you about it. I will tell you this, that all the like fancy stuff is not me. It's my husband. I don't know how to do. I'm like the creative person. I make all the video content, of course. And the, all the artistic side of it is me. But the production end of things, like sound and all that stuff, is my husband. But I'll be happy to try to help you as much as I can. So it's momsforjusticenow@gmail.com. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to find out what is coming up next. But I think, they're just going to keep trying to, make their case, which they're not making a case at all, in my opinion. Crazy. So you know what? Guys, my husband and his friend have a Christian podcast, and they're brand new, and they've only got like 50 or 60 subscribers so far. I was going to do a members only video and give out their information if anyone's interested. If you're somebody that, is into theology or, is interested in a Christian podcast, I'm going to give their name out on a members only live that I'm going to do because, he's like, don't give it out like to the public yet. So I figured I'd do it on a members only one. And then we also have Chitter Chatter, which is my other channel that's still starting out. And that's with my best friend, Jocelyn. And we talk about just girl stuff. We talk about like menopause. We talk about cooking. We talk about men. We talk about kids. We talk about all that stuff. And that is so fun because it's so much more laid back than the true crime. But true crime is hard. It's very competitive. And, but it's called Chitter Chatter. Let me pull it up. You guys can see, you can go subscribe to it right now. I haven't even checked that channel in a while because Jocelyn has been in college again. She went back to college to get her master's, which is pretty cool. But let me show you the channel. It's called Chitter Chatter, and it's super cute. We have some episodes up you can watch. There it is. Okay, I'm going to show you the page. You ready? There is Chitter Chatter. See my oh, there we are. Yeah, so like there we are laughing like idiots. That's my best friend since we were like 5 years old. She's the best. She came on board with me for Moms for Justice in the beginning. And then there was just some things that weren't working out in terms of true crime because she doesn't have the time to research and she's not as into true crime as me. So we decided, you know what? One of the things about Jocelyn, my best friend, is she's just got so resourceful about like skincare, and she talks about like the latest recipe she's got, and it's just so cool. We've got a couple of videos up here. The last one we did was around Christmas, so it's been a while, but we want to go on this week. So go to that real quick and hit the sub button for me and help us move along. We've got 7 videos up there for you to watch. Turning 50 sucks, daughters, drama about daughters, weird things couples fight about. Can men and women really be friends? It's cool. It's a good channel. I like it. And then that way, when we come on, you guys can watch us. We're going to do a live, like probably this week, because I talked to her yesterday and I was like, why don't you come on with me last night? Like last night I was like, as soon as I'm done with my live, let's go on for Chitter Chatter. And she's like, okay, yeah, let's do it this week. I don't know if I can come on after. So I'm excited. I'm excited to get it going again. But she's been, like I said, 53 years old. I hope I have that right. But Jocelyn's like 53 or 54, and she's now going back for her master's. She's a dental hygienist, and she wants to teach. So I'm super proud of her. And she goes to school in New York City. So she doesn't have as much time as she used to have to do the podcast with me. But we created Chitter Chatter as a way for us to get together and see each other because I'm in Tennessee and she is in New Jersey. So we actually sometimes will go on live. And what you're seeing is us catching up because we haven't talked to each other in a while. And it's just... it's such a relaxing channel because we can just talk about whatever, like what's going on with you this week. And then she's the best. She always comes out, oh, you got to go buy this. That Medicube facial stuff. There's this Medicube stuff. It's like this mask you put on and you can wear it and it doesn't feel tight. And you can actually sleep with it on. And you take this thing off in the morning, you peel it off, and man, your skin feels great. And she told me about that. And, we have like, we want to do like our top 10 holy grail products. And it's not just skincare, like a cooking seasoning. It could be something that you bought on Amazon. We're going to each make up our own list of 10 top 10s, and then we're going to share all our favorite stuff. So that'll be fun. Make sure you go subscribe to the channel. That'll be awesome. Man, they're taking an awfully long time. Is this lunch break? Do we know? Does anybody know if this is a lunch break? I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, if you just open up another window, just go on there real quick, hit the sub button, and turn the notification bell on, and you'll know as soon as we find out. So as soon as we put up a video. We have actually not done a live yet. We have just done videos. And we did that just so we could build up our subscriber count. And then when we go live, people will pop on. We have a couple of videos on here that did pretty good. Our first one was called Turning 50 Sucks. That's probably my favorite video so far. And weird things couples fight about is good too. It's really funny. We actually give you like personal information about our personal lives with our hubbies. It's awesome. Oh, and Are You a Good Friend? The Truth No One Tells You is a video, and I put up, I'll just show it to you guys. I mean, we're waiting, right? So let me see. Hold on.
Hello, welcome back to Chitter Chatter.
All right, but I want to just bring you, I'll show you my wedding picture. You want to see my wedding picture on the day of my wedding with Jocelyn, my best friend? So here we are now, right? We're old as dirt.
Ready? Oh, wait, hold on. I don't want to.
Okay, and then
On bombshell, and there's Jocelyn. Oh, I love that day.
That's my
and
wedding
I was
picture.
so happy you got to.
that was like 2005, guys. That is my wedding picture. So interesting, but we have a couple really good, like, you guys will like it. We're like laid back. We're chill. It's awesome. I miss her so much because I haven't seen her in a while. Anyway, so if you're just joining us, hit that like button. I would so appreciate it. I'll give you a little Ruger here. Smash the like button. Where are you, Ruger? Here we go. Here you go. While we're waiting, there's my boy. And as always, hit the sub button. Thank you, Ruger. If you're just joining us, we are watching day 1 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. And we've had both opening statements from the prosecution and the defense, and the beginning of Patrick Clancy's testimony called by the prosecutors. Okay. And the prosecution is trying to push some sort of narrative here. And it's not working. It's not working. They're trying to minimize her mental condition big time. Does anybody know if they're on lunch or is it a break? I thought it was just a break. That's what I heard. So John's asking me, did blondes have more fun? Yes, definitely. Blondes have more fun. And I went through my blonde stage. It was down in Hazlitt, my wedding, which is like Route 36 in Hazlitt, New Jersey, is where I got married, which is like 5-10 minutes from the Jersey Shore. But we had the best wedding because at the time that I got married, I was still the lead singer of my cover band, and my husband was my guitar player. And we were a very busy band. Even at the time of our wedding, we were working 5 nights a week, 6 nights a week, and had to give the band off to attend our wedding. And my sound man and my roadies had set up our entire, back line so that we could play at our own wedding. And we did. We got up and we put on a concert. Most of the time you go to a wedding, and it was a really nice, fancy place. But most of the time you go to a wedding and there's a DJ and everybody's out on the floor scattered, and it looks, well, we had a DJ too, but then we would get up and my band in tuxedos and everything, wedding dress and the whole 9 yards, got up and performed at our on our wedding day. And what's funny is it was it looked exactly like when we were at a bar, because what happened was once we started playing, the crowd moved all the way up really close to the band, and they were just all smashed up, and the dance floor was completely empty because everybody was up trying to get into the front by the band, and they're all moshing and jumping up and down and acting crazy. And my whole family is like, what the heck is this? Like, what kind of wedding is this? It was crazy. So much fun. I was singing No Doubt, Paramore, Evanescence, and then my singer, there's a female lead singer, which was me, and then we had a male lead singer, which is my very good old friend Ryan, and all the girls were like, oh my gosh, they all thought he was super hot. And in fact, when we would play out live, people thought that I was with the singer. They were all like, girls would come out and be like, all like, ew, I don't want to stay and watch this band because there's a girl in it. And because they had a crush on him, they thought that, this is a really interesting story. They thought that I was his girl. So, you know, and on the Jersey Shore, it's predominantly males everywhere in the cover scene. Rarely could a girl, at that time at least, pull this off and become a popular band with a girl in it. So what we did is, and this is horrible, and this is before, I was a true Christian. We lied, and we came up with this act where we would tell everybody in the audience that we were brother and sister. That way, the girls would be like, oh, okay, now I'll make friends with her and see if I can get with him, since that's her brother. And then it worked. And we just, and we said to ourselves, if anybody ever comes up to us and says, hey, are you truly brother and sister? We would have been like, no, we're not. But on stage, we'd go, oh, this is my sis, or this is my bro, whatever, go buy him a shot or get him a beer or whatever. And, it worked. And we became like really popular, and we had thousands of people following us. It was crazy. So much fun in those days. And what was the point I was getting at? There was another. Oh, well, anyway, so a lot of people thought I was with him, but I was really with my guitar player, who I ended up marrying, which is really awesome. But we had so much fun in those days. We really did. Those are the days. Those were the days. But anyway, at my wedding, that's why we were talking. At my wedding, I had the band set up there. And John makes a comment about, do blondes really have more fun? Well, at that time, I was like bleach blonde, as you saw, almost bleach blonde, and had this whole Gwen Stefani thing going on. And yeah. And then I went dark. When I had kids and all that, I went dark. So. Okay, did we find out if they're coming back or not? Did we find out? I can show you. While we're waiting, I could pull up a picture that is really cool from us actually performing on my wedding. If I have time, just give me a second to pull it up. Okay, it's in my albums. You guys still with me here, right? Or am I boring you with this stuff while we wait? Okay, it might be in here. Looking for this one picture, which kind of says it all. Okay. And what I love about this is that I'm not showing his face, the other singer. Hold on. Okay. Am I boring you guys? While we wait. Okay. That is me on my wedding day with the microphone. I'm jumping up and down and singing right now, and that's my other singer. But yeah, it was so fun. Those were the days. All right. So enough about that. Okay, they're at lunch. So don't leave the stream. I'm still here. Hang out with Ruger. I'll be back.
before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. Did you want the witness on the stand now or after?
Well, if we've got a couple of seconds, the jurors are coming in right now. If you want to have them take the stand, that's fine.
Looks like we're back.
Nancy, you do appreciate you're still on the road.
Be seated.
No sound yet. Oh, there we go. Here we go.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up, yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. You could have them mark this the next 4 exhibits.
All right. They may be marked.
So showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, could I see it sidebar?
All right, they're taking a little pause here. Yeah, me too. I love this defense attorney. I think he's fabulous. They got us on pause. Smash that like button for me, guys. Thank you so much. I don't like the beeping noise.
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you exhibit 10, Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2023?
He was into firefighters and trucks
Man.
And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
baby? And then just showing you quickly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January of 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
Okay. And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party.
Oh, no.
Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip.
This is torture.
Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos. That's the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may. Down
This is-
here in the maroon colored shirt,
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt,
Cora.
and in the gray jacket,
Lindsay.
and here pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
This is only helping the defense.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor.
see again, sidebar?
Okay, so they're doing a sidebar right now. This is only helping the defense because, she's, pointing out and asking questions like, who planned the party? Mom did. You know what I mean? Mom is participating in activities. She's not somebody who doesn't care about her kids. I don't know where they're going to be going with this, but I'm not seeing how this is going to, this case shouldn't even be on trial. at this point with all the evidence they have. He shouldn't be exposed to this, but then again, he probably watches videos of his children over and over. Yeah, true. And, no matter what, I don't think you can look away and I don't think you can look. I think either or, it's just pure torture. Pure torture. There's Ruger for you. Subscribe to our channel, Moms for Justice. I so appreciate it. Make sure you like the video as well. And we do have memberships if you're interested. Okay, so I don't know the actual date that they actually officially divorced. They are obviously divorced now. He's already remarried, and there's even talk about maybe there being another child, either on the way or they have one already. I don't know how long they remain married for. I do not, but I do think that it was for a little bit of time. Yeah, well, just as much as you could say she was fine, you can also show that that's part of it. Like, the psychosis kicks in, and then there's moments when everything is fine. You know what I mean? It's not when the experts come on and they start talking about this, it's going to be a lot clearer. And then these little points she's trying to make out are going to get completely squashed. That's what I think. Like Blanca saying, what is the point of this? I have no words. No answer for that. So did everybody have a nice lunch? What'd you guys eat for lunch? I only had yogurt for lunch. I thought they weren't going to show these images and videos in court. I thought that they were not supposed to be broadcasted. Maybe that's what they're talking about right now. I have what they talked about this morning regarding this. Let me see. John Smith, you miraculously have a wrench next to your name. Okay. Autopsy photos of the children and the audio of Patrick's 911 call, which, by the way, I disagree with. I think we should be able to hear the 911 call. But it's okay to show pictures and videos, So I think what's going to happen is when they do play the 911 call or they show the autopsy photos, everything's going to go black. Because if they don't want anybody live streaming it or broadcasting it, it's going to go black on the screen. That's what I think. I totally understand the autopsy photos. But the 911 call, we should be able to hear. I would love grilled cheese with tomato soup right now. Blanca, That sounds so good. Yeah. So John is saying, as a man, from a man's point of view, he doesn't think that he could remain in the marriage either. No, on both ends. How do you go on? You know, how can you go on after that? It's better for them to part, to have distant, fond memories of each other, have some, you know, because she's going to be a constant reminder of what happened. They're taking an awfully long time here. If you're just joining us, this is day one of Lindsay Clancy's trial. We had opening statements this morning, and now we are listening to Patrick Clancy, the former husband of Lindsay Clancy at the time of these horrible, horrific deaths of their 3 children. And he has taken her side. He has supported her through this whole thing because he has firsthand knowledge of what she went through. And what he knows about her tells him she was sick. And that is hurting the prosecution right now.
And at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. You could submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum. And you can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification, Museum of Science video. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. So marked.
This must be agony for this man. I wonder if his new wife is there for support.
Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out." And it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, did she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the bathing suit here with the
It's
ponytail,
Cora.
and then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there, is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
Yep.
Okay. We can go to the video with the court's permission.
How long?
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
We could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this pirate ship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see. We could go to 1406. Oh. $16.25. Sir, here at 1625. That Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
We can go to 1745. Got the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. I move to submit the card photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
exhibit with the guidelines at sidebar.
All right, pursuant to our discussion, that portion may be admitted.
15 somewhere.
What's it, 15? Okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
Okay. And who was that dad?
Adam Schwebach.
And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. If you can see those.
Yeah.
Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits, Your Honor.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Mark. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you a selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? To the Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting?
Yeah.
Hey, 1, 2.
Did
There
Lindsay's
I am.
parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carney's, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And
You guys should
what
hear
did
me
you do
now.
there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
You
I'm here
recall
now.
Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend.
Yeah.
Is that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were
This
you
is
aware
getting
that
really
her mother
annoying.
had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better,"
I became aware of that later, yeah.
and just showing exhibit 19?
Talk about beating a dead horse.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next exhibit.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that. Yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
This is horrible. Torturous.
21 and 22 somewhere? Publishing these. Exhibit 21. And exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning, throughout that day.
This is it says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay's sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days? I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
This is what we've been waiting to hear, guys.
Have you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay. But been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Yep, Brian Koberger says he's innocent now and he's seeking to take back his guilty plea. We will talk about that. What a clown.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
It was the doorway by the basement door.
Okay. And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counselor, could I see both sidebar here?
Okay, so they are taking a quick sidebar. Let me just interrupt while they're doing the sidebar. Brian Koberger says he's innocent. As of 34 minutes ago, breaking news just came out that he's saying he's innocent of the Idaho murders and seeks to take back his guilty plea. Let's see what they're saying here. He interviewed with the New York Times that he has filed a petition to obtain a new court case. Of course he is. In the July 26 statement to the outlet, he claims he is not guilty of these murders of Madison Mogen, 21 years old, Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20. Brutal murders out of the Idaho college murders. He had pleaded guilty originally.
Right.
Of course he is.
Jury, we're going to break at this point for the day. All right. So what we're going to do is
Just
I'm
in time.
going to excuse you till Wednesday morning. All right. So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And we will see you on Wednesday morning. Same with the same instructions that you got from the officers in regards to that. So again, thank you so much for your time and your effort, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Okay?
All right.
Okay. All right. So they're breaking for the day. This is going to be a shorter day. And then, of course, let me take this off. They will not be here tomorrow. So won't be back on until Wednesday. So my goal is to get back on here on Wednesday. You guys, this Kohberger news is big deal here. So Brian Kohberger is now saying that he is innocent of the Idaho murders and seeks to take back his guilty plea. So let's see if there's anything more in here that we need to know. So you guys know, it's so funny because my husband had never seen One Night in Idaho, which is the really amazing series that was created about this case. It's on Amazon, and my glasses are crooked. There we go. Guys, my husband saw it, and he had not known anything about the case. So it's been really like fresh in our mind because he had it on the other day. So crazy. He's serving 4 life sentences for those 4 students out of Idaho. And he says, quote, "My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on my false promises and blatant disinformation. And it must be withdrawn," Kohberger says in a statement to the New York Times, marking the first time that he has spoken publicly outside a courtroom since his arrest. I might have to hop on here tonight for a live on this one. Kohberger, who's 31 years old, he declined to speak about any specific aspects of the case, the evidence against him, or why he has agreed to all of a sudden do this deal. But guys, we know how it works. I'm going to take these glasses off because they're crooked and they're annoying me. But we know how this works. All these defendants, they decide after spending some time in jail that they want to change things up a little bit. And honestly, I hope that's what happens with Charlie Adelson. I really do. That he's like has a change of heart while he's sitting there going, wait, this sucks. I don't want to be here this long. So I'm thinking about maybe hopping on here tonight. That would be really cool. We'll do some updates on what's the latest in the news, including this story. Let me research a little bit more on this and I'll get back to you. But thank you so much for spending, I don't have my contacts in. Thank you so much for spending the morning and afternoon with me on this case. I will most likely be able to be back on Wednesday because I really do want to see the rest of Patrick's testimony, but especially when the defense comes in. Because this is really getting kind of ridiculous. Their line of questioning is really getting ridiculous. So, but anyway, I love you guys so much. And thank you for your support and choosing Moms for Justice today to chill out and hang out with me. It really means so much. So again, like the video as always. That helps the algorithm. Say bye-bye to Ruger. I'm going to go hang out with my puppy who spent the morning in a cage. And then don't forget, as always, to subscribe to the channel. And again, I'll see you maybe tonight. Okay? So God bless you all. Bye.
Views and opinions expressed in this podcast are solely those of the hosts and guests. All individuals mentioned are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.